Hello. Okay, hi. Good morning. So our first speaker in this room today is a professor at the School of Criminology of Université de Montréal, but this is just his starter title because he is also the Deputy Director of the International Center for Comparative Criminology, the Chair of Cybercrime Division of the American Society of Criminology, the Chair of the Darknet and Anonymity Research Center. Basically, if it's important, international, and concerns cybercrime, is on it. So please welcome David.
Now, the main threat of ransomware, which was very easy at the beginning, was like just a single kick to the face. It was like, we've encrypted your data, and now you have to pay us. In our case, it was $800, and you're going to get your files back. And what we saw is that after a while, well, people kind of got backups, and so that wasn't really working. And this is where the ransomware groups developed the double and triple extortion, with the double extortion being that we've actually exfiltrated your files, we have a copy of them on our servers, and if you don't pay us, we're going to tell the world that we have your files, and we are going to publish them through the dark web. The third thing is, well, if people don't care about their files being online, the last thing that these groups say is, well, we're actually going to attack you over and over again, so we're going to encrypt your data all the time, we're going to DDoS you, and basically, we are here, and you're going to have to pay us for us to go away, and if you're lucky, we're never going to come back. So ransomware groups have moved from like a single threat to a multi-vector threat, and I'm going to change the slide because it's driving me crazy. But basically, the threat is significant, and it extends above and beyond just stealing the files, stealing the data, and exposing it to the internet. It also goes with DDoS and other threats for these companies, as we're going to see a bit later on. Now, the ransomware attacks are very often, or I should say too often, very quiet, so you don't necessarily hear about it. You hear about glitches in companies. That's one thing you hear all the time. You hear about cybersecurity incidents, but you never have a lot of information about what's going on in these companies. And here you have a press release that was, I believe, from Co-op in the UK, who was attacked by ransomware, and basically all they say is, something happened, we're not going to tell you anymore. And so there's really a dearth of information on these attacks. And too often, it's difficult to learn from other people's experience just because we don't hear kind of detailed debriefs of how this is going. Now, there's been quite a lot of information that has leaked, and that's been interesting. If you're looking at the leaks from the Conti, for example, we saw just, I think a few days ago, Lockbit was also hacked, and there's been a great number of papers that have been published based on these leaks. So you have all the internal working of these groups, you have their internal chats, and Estelle Ruan, who works for Flare, published a very good paper on this, analyzing this data. There's quite a few of these papers out there. Here's kind of a social network analysis of all the actors that were involved in Conti. And so these leaks are quite interesting and provide some information about how these groups work, but you don't get the whole picture, and this is where we are looking today at the ransomware chats, basically. So the data for this project doesn't come from us, so we kind of stole it, like the ransomware groups do. And so we got it from the Ransomware Live website, which actually collects thousands of conversations between ransomware groups and their victims, and they collect it from all over the place. They do a relatively good job of redacting the private information of people. There's wallets that leak here or there, or names that leak here or there, but overall, they do kind of a good job of sanitizing everything. And it gives us, in one neat little package, all of the conversations from these ransomware groups and their victims that have been exchanged over time. There's quite a lot of them. They're adding them as they get submissions. I'm guessing that the Lockbit ones, the new ones, are going to be integrated into this data set later on. But it's a really great resource if you're looking for ransomware chats and inspiration. This is kind of where it happens. So the data, it's 23 ransomware groups. There's 195 ransomware chats. There's about 6,300 messages that are available on the website. And when you're looking at the stats from these companies, what they're saying is each ransomware group had about 75 victims on average. They had been around for about a year, 245 days. And one interesting thing was when you're looking at the ransom that was asked versus what was paid, there's a huge gap. So basically, on average, these ransomware groups were asking for about $3 million in a ransom, but only about 1.4 million was actually paid by these groups from the data that these guys provide. So you already see that, you know, from the start, you get about like a 50% discount just for showing up, basically, and just asking for a discount. So you should always ask for a discount if they attack you. But basically, so we see there's kind of a widespread difference between what they're being asked and what they're actually willing to take as a payment. So we'll be just analyzing qualitatively, and I'll be showing examples of the ways that the attackers are presenting themselves, framing them, what the arguments are that they're asking for, and we'll also be looking at the victims, so how they're presenting themselves and how they're trying to negotiate for these ransoms. We also did kind of a logistic regression, and basically, logistic regression is just a way to see what has an impact on a ransom being paid or not. So we're trying to explain and understand, why are people going to pay their ransom. So I put in a bunch of guns here, and so there's a lot of variables, lots of ways to determine why someone would pay a ransom, lots of ways that you could kill someone with a gun. You have to find kind of the right gun or the right variable to explain kind of what you're looking for, and that's what I'll be presenting a bit later today. But we're looking at 6 variables, so basically how often the ransomware group gets paid. We'll be looking at how long the group has been around. We'll be looking at how long the conversation goes. So of course, the longer you talk with someone, maybe you can negotiate something else. The proportion of all the victims, so when you're looking at the ecosystem, is it a big group or a small group? The discount that was offered, and kind of the best estimate that we could of the size of the victim. We don't have the names of the victim, but just looking at how people present themselves, we can kind of guess, is it a small or a large organization? And of course, if you have the money to hire negotiators, you're usually kind of a big organization. So these are the factors that we'll be looking at kind of in the second part of the presentation. Now, a few things that are interesting when we're looking at the chats coming from the attacker's point of view, and these are direct kind of quotes or messages, so I didn't correct them, change the grammar or anything. Hopefully there's nothing too confidential in there. But the first thing that was really interesting is that the ransomware groups do appear to be conducting their own research. So they mention the size of the victim. Even when the victim is trying to present themselves as small and unable to pay, they actually come back and they say, we've actually gone through all your files, we have your financial statements, we've looked at everything you have, and you clearly have enough money in your bank account to pay us this amount. So it's kind of interesting to see that before they even reach out and talk with the people, they're actually going to do their own research, and they're going to find out kind of what would be the best ransom that they could ask the people. The other thing, and this has kind of been an ongoing discussion, is they actually look if there's traces or if it's known if the company has insurance. So if you have cyber insurance that's going to pay if you get attacked by a ransomware attack, they'll find out, and they're really interesting in this because they'll want to find what your policy is. They'll want to know how much your insurer is willing to pay because they know that it's going to be easier if you're not paying. It's the insurer. No one cares. It's like when you're stealing money from a bank. No one cares because, it's a bank and they're insured anyways. So it's kind of the same thing. And so they'll look into the documents and they'll try and find evidence. If you have money to pay, how much money you have, and if you have insurance. So maybe if you want to put some fake documents into your corporate documents and say you have insurance but for $1,000 maximum, maybe they'll help you out. We'll see. So before they talk with you, you have to assume that they actually know who they're talking to. And the second thing is their price will go down very, very, very quickly. As I said before, here you have an example where they went from $1 million that they were asking for a ransom down to $200,000, and that was very, very quick. So there wasn't a lot back and forth, and that's like an 80% reduction in the price of the ransom that was being asked. They'll also kind of offer you different options. So they'll say, for $250,000, we will also delete your data, but we can also accept $150,000 if you want. So they're not very hard negotiators. Basically, they have so many victims that all they want to have is just money pouring in, and they're not too careful about how much they get. And we see that you can divide it by 5, you can divide it by 2. If you pay anything over 50% when they first ask, it's probably way too much that you're paying in terms of a ransom. Now, they do offer many services. So one of the things that the ransomware groups is they promise you that they're going to tell you how they hacked into your company, so they're not going to be able to hack back in. And what we find out is that all the ransomware groups, they have this like boilerplate of how they got into your company. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not, but you know, of course, you have. I'm sorry. That's the next slide. Here, what I'm saying is they offer many services. So basically, what they say is they'll offer you kind of the decryptor, but they also say that they're going to tell you how they got into your company. They say they're going to give you this vulnerability assessment. It's a very bad vulnerability assessment. I would not pay for it. And they'll send you guarantees that they've deleted your data. And that's usually just a screenshot of them having a command line just saying, you know, we've deleted your data. But of course, there could be copies multiple places. So that doesn't tell you anything. So they offer you kind of many services, and basically they will price them out for you. So depending on what you need from them, you can actually get multiple services. And of course, as you see at the bottom, all the guarantees come as a default, so that's kind of nice for them, you know. They are big on threat, so it's really kind of the carrot and the stick in this case. So when you're talking with them, you're going to see at first they're going to be extremely nice. They're going to call you sir, they're going to be please and thank you. But if you're delaying, if you tell them, well, I have backups, I really don't care whatever you do, I'll just restore my backups and I don't care. Here you have kind of a long message, but there's going to be a lot of threats that are coming from these groups. And there's more of them. Here's another one here. But basically what they say is, well, if you don't pay us, then we're going to make your life hell, which means that we're going to DDoS you. We are going to attack you again and again and again. We're going to give you 2 weeks for your backups to be back up, and then we'll go back in, and then we'll hack you again, and we'll wipe your data once again. So they're threatening people with repeat offenses, and they also go as far as to say, well, if that's not enough, we're actually going to call your customers, we're actually going to call your suppliers, and we're going to tell them everything we've learned about them through the files that were leaked because of you, and we're going to destroy your reputation, basically. So they're willing to go kind of pretty far in terms of their threats. We don't have too many examples of actually them acting out on these threats. We've seen it once or twice in the past few months, but it's not something that's extremely common. And they even threaten by saying, you know, we know you guys have been doing some insider trading. We've got the traces for it. We're going to expose you. So they give out a lot of threats against these companies if they have to. They're also, of course, pushing for urgency. So, you know, they really want to do this today. And I just had to buy a new car. And listening to them talk, it was exactly like my car dealership. It's like really pushing you, like, what's the number? How can we sign today? How can we close this now? And there's a big push for urgency coming from these guys. Now, they do promise to tell you exactly, as I said before, how they got into your company. And this is kind of one of the boilerplates that we see that they share. So it's always the same thing. So either they always use exactly the same technique, or they just have this boilerplate that they share with everyone, basically. And of course, you have to start with the dark web. What threat doesn't start with the dark web, of course? And so they have all these suggestions about what you are supposed to do to protect yourself. But once again, I think this is just kind of basic, you know, 2FA, updating your software, not using Ivanti for your VPN, and just, you know, using strong passwords in general. And here you have another one of these kind of boilerplates that you can see. And basically, the hackers are just telling you kind of how to protect yourself, even though I don't think there's too much value into it, basically. Now, one of the things that was extremely interesting, though, is we all know that the hackers and these ransomware groups are not going to go after companies that are going to be in Russia, that are going to be in China, in Brazil. And one of the people that they hacked, they actually realized that they had one of their branches that was in Armenia, and they said, well, we're extremely sorry, we didn't know that you had this. We're going to decrypt everything for free. Please excuse us, we really wish we didn't do this. So I thought that was like an interesting loophole. So if you just open a branch of your company in Russia or in Armenia or in a different country, all of a sudden you become kind of excluded from ransomware groups, and they're actually going to decrypt all your data for free. So maybe that's kind of a hack that you can do. Just open a subsidiary in one of these countries or in China, and then when you get hacked, you tell them, well, actually, we are in China. Do you really want to hack us or not? So you guys let me know if that works out, if you ever get attacked. But I thought that was kind of an interesting hack that they gave out by themselves. Now, when we're looking at the victims, all the victims are playing it small. So they're going to say, we are a nonprofit. People are actually going to freeze to death and die if we have to pay for this ransom. Some of them say, well, I'm just a junior IT department guy, and my boss told me I had to pay the ransom out of my own pocket. I've maxed out my credit cards. There's nothing I can do. Like, you cannot ask me to be paying you millions of dollars. And as you see at the bottom, accept my proposal of $13,000. I've maxed my cards, loans, everything. I don't have any options left. So most of the victims are trying to play the card of, I'm small, or I have to pay out of this. You can't expect us to pay. That really never works, so maybe just save the work and just don't go through that if you ever get attacked. Just because, as I said before, they've done their research, they knew who they're targeting usually, and playing those excuses are not really going to work. A lot of the companies were trying to stall for time, so trying to figure out, do we need to pay? Can we actually get out of this for free? Can we rebuild with our backups? Do we actually need to pay the ransom? And this got the ransomware groups pretty angry. Some people were really kind of cavalier, and they were just like, do whatever you want, we don't care. And that's when the threats came in. So some of these companies were just stalling for time, waiting to see if they could get out of it. There were some really interesting examples. You're not going to have time to read through this. But some people really tried to build a bond with their aggressors. It's like the Stockholm Syndrome, where they would just tell them kind of what they felt and like what they were going through. And they were trying to build this rapport with the ransomware groups, trying to explain to them, my life has been miserable. I'm trying to fight for you, but my company doesn't want to pay, and I'm really on your side. And there's a lot of these, oh, is my microphone, oh, okay, no, good. I took a big chance. My neck is on the line for real here. I rode out to meet some very rough people to solve the Bitcoin problem. And so apparently they just had to buy the Bitcoin in the streets because you can't buy that online now. So basically, they're trying to build this bond with the ransomware groups to try and get kind of out of it. Some of them will be playing down the threat, so that's what really pissed off the ransomware groups. So they're saying, like, we don't care what you do. Like, we have backups, we're bulletproof, and we're going to get over this no matter what you do. And that was maybe not the best technique that people could use. Some people try to get a discount. They said, well, we only need this one database. Can we get it for like 15K, for example? Never a good idea to tell them what's your most valuable data. So don't do that, or maybe just say, ask for something else, and then say, hey, how about you throw in this database for free? Maybe go through that. That would be kind of better. And I'm not going to have time to get into all of this, but it was really interesting because you could see when there was professional negotiators going back and forth and getting into this conversation. These guys were kind of slow, but there was kind of disrespect between the negotiators that were hired to negotiate the ransom with these companies, but that will be for another talk. Quantitative analysis, there wasn't a lot that was too interesting, but basically what made people pay the ransom, why people paid the ransom, there was kind of two factors that stood out. First of all, it was kind of the reputation and the success rate of the ransomware groups. So basically, if it's a known group that's attacked a lot of people and that got a lot of press, people tended to pay more for it. And the second thing was just the ransom. So the smaller the ransom gets, the better the odds of people paying. And so these were kind of the two driving factors for this. Now, main takeaways. There's two kind of questions I want to go over as I finish this talk. First of all is, do you really have the option to pay? So when you're reading these chats, what the ransom group says is, we are not going to quit until you pay us. We're going to DDoS you. We're going to talk to your customers, to your suppliers. We're going to make your life hell if you don't pay us. And so the main question is, are you not paying because you have backups? Okay, but maybe you're going to have a lot more problems. And in the end, is it just straight up extortion and you just have to pay for this? That's the main question. The second thing, and that's the real one to me, is what is really the impact of the publication of data through the dark web. I don't know if you guys have tried downloading these massive archives of corporate data, but very often they're going to be a few terabytes in size, and you download this at like 26K per second. So it takes like weeks to download anything, and very often it's not all that juicy. So even though there is a theoretical threat, I'm always amazed at how little we hear. Like, we never see like the scandals of, oh, like X corporation was hacked, its data was leaked through the dark web, and we went through the files. Like, you never hear journalists doing that. And so the main question is, okay, so you're publishing my files on the internet, fine, but no one can actually download them because the connection speed is so slow. And even if you did, is there really anything that juicy in there? In most cases, that's probably not the case. And so when you decide to pay or not, the question is, even though the theoretical threat is there a real threat that's going to be in there? Now, you do have to be careful about your financial statement, so maybe put some fake files about how poor your company is all over your share drive, just so that when you get hacked, well, they don't know how much money you have. The pleas for pity rarely, if ever, work. So basically, even when you're trying to say that you are kind of too poor, too small to pay for ransom, that doesn't work. So I hope this was interesting. There's more chats that were just leaked with Logbit, so we can extend this project even more. And I believe I have like 2 minutes left for questions. This is, if you want to contact me, scan this in all safety, as always. And once again, if you guys are interested by these conferences, do attend B-Sides this fall. And I think I have a minute left for questions, so if anyone has one, please raise your hand, and I'll be happy to answer it. If not, well, you guys have a great day. Thank you for being here, and I'll see you guys around. Cheers.
Hello. Hi. Hello. Oh, hi. Hello. Welcome to the second presentation of this room. So now no one can say that NorthSec is not international because we have speaker coming from right from Japan. So the next conference will be given by those two guys from the NTT Security, a company from Japan. So please welcome Teruki and Shogo.
Exploring MSIX threat landscape. So, first, I'm Shogo Hayashi, and he's Teruki. And we are SOC analysts. And NTT Security provides managed security service to mainly Japanese large company, and we are SOC analysts. We usually analyze EDR logs and network logs, and if we find some malicious behavior, then we report to customers. So we also do the threat research, and we create custom rules for detecting against new cyber attack. We usually make blogs and white paper when we find interesting cyber attacks, so please check it. Japan gets many cyber attacks from neighbor country. Mostly it's Japanese, but you can use translator. So this is agenda. First, I will introduce what MSIX file is and how threat actor abuse it. Later, Yoshikawa introduced some new MSI abuse techniques and countermeasures. So, its overview. MSIX is relatively new installer package format introduced in 2018 and supported in Windows 10 and Windows 11. It was developed as a later model to MSI and AppX files, and is more modern file format. Main files contain application configuration information and information related to code signing certificates. A code signing certificate is required during installation. Main files contain application, and in addition, since MSIX applications can run on a variety of devices, there are VFS, Virtual File System, and PSF, Package Support Framework, as a mechanism to maintain compatibility. So I will introduce it more detail later. So this is Virtual File System. So VFS is in MSIX is a feature that redirects access to non-Windows folders to a VFS folder contained in MSIX file. This allows application to access files in MSIX package. For example, when an application access vc10.dll under Windows System 32, it's redirected to System x64 vc10.dll under the VFS folder. By the way, you can see M mark. It means backslash. So you can see many M mark in our slide later. So please replace it to backslash. So this is package support framework. So package sub PSF is a framework that enables applications to run in MSIX containers without modifying the source code of existing applications. When using PSF, the package must contain the configuration files, config.json, and the PSF launcher, and PSF runtime, and PSF run DLL. PSF has the ability to run arbitrary PowerShell scripts before or after the application is run. It also has the ability to support the application's behavior with DLL files. For the purpose of our presentation, MSIX container is defined as the environment in which a full trust application is running. Full trust application is a packaged version of traditional desktop application that runs at medium integrity level. Applications running on the MSIX container are partially virtualized, such as HKCU and Updater. So about HKCU, for writing writes under the HKCU go to per user, per app private location. About Updater, for writing new files and folders creation under some of Updater folders is redirected to per user, per package private location. About well-known folders, for reading files in well-known subfolders in VFS are merged with local system counterpart. So the process is inside MSXI container has a package identity. As the slide shows that you can see the process name is followed by a package ID. This is shown in the following order: name, version, and resource ID. Name, version, architecture, and resource ID, each separated by underscores. So you can see also the token and the ACLs of process as shown in the figure. There are two main ways to install applications packaged with MSIX. The first is to install by double-clicking on the file with the MSIX extension downloaded to the desktop or other application. The other is to install seamlessly from the internet using app installer file. Note that the MSIX file is in zip format and the app installer file is in XML format. Both can be installed by PowerShell commands. So I'll talk about non-MSIX malware. This is a timeline of cyber attack we have observed that abuse MSIX file. Most of them are crime actors. It's used by malware as a service, so many actors and campaigns use malicious MSIX. Most of the malware is information stealer, such as Redline or Luma stealer or Raccoon stealer, and so on. We have observed many malicious MSIX files, all of which can be divided into two types. In both cases, the attacker prefers to use a third-party MSIX file creation tool called Advanced Installer. The Advanced Installer allows the attacker to create MSIX files more easily than the package and signing tools provided by Microsoft. The left of the slide shows the pattern of using a malicious executable as the body of the application. This is a technique used mainly in bootloader campaigns. When MSIX is executed, the malicious application is executed via advanced installer. The right side of the slide shows the pattern for using malicious PowerShell script with PSF. PSF has the ability to execute arbitrary malicious PowerShell scripts before or after the application is launched. When MSIX is executed, a malicious PowerShell script is executed via advanced installer, and finally malware is executed with the PowerShell process. This is the actual PSF-based PowerShell code in use. The malware is downloaded in base 64 encoded and decoded locally before execution. Besides, malware run in PowerShell process, so it makes very difficult for security product to detect. So I will switch to Teruki. He's gonna talk about new MSIX abuse technique.
Now I will talk about new MSX abuse techniques. The slide displays four main categories. Let me briefly walk you through them. First, PSF fix-up DLL. This is one of the features of PSF. Fix-up DLL allows arbitrary DLL to run inside the application's process for compatibility issues. This technique abuses the mechanism. Second, BFS. This is also a feature designed to maintain compatibility. As mentioned in the previous slide, it redirects file access under certain folders to files within the package. In this technique, that redirection is used to perform DLL hijacking. Third, MSX modification package. As the name suggests, this is a feature that allows modifications to a specific MSX package. I will cover this in more detail later. And finally, old update. This technique focuses on the old update feature of MSIX. I will also cover this in more detail later. In the rest of this section, I will focus on the techniques highlighted in red in more detail. We also tested these new abuse techniques against Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. The test was conducted in early April using a Windows 10 virtual machine running on VMware. As a result, only MG bypass was detected, and all the other techniques triggered no alerts. As a side note, the final action of these tests was simply launching calc.exe. But EDR might issue alerts depending on the behavior after successful exploitation. Let's move on to the first technique, MSIX-based App-Domain Manager injection. Before I explain how MSIX can be leveraged to perform App-Domain Manager injection, let me explain 4 prerequisite knowledge. First, I will talk about .NET Framework and its configuration files. This technique takes advantage of how .NET Framework behaves. .NET Framework allows users to control how applications run via configuration files. One of the things you can control is the version of assemblies the app uses. This can be abused to load arbitrary DLL into the application. Next, about how BFS works. For example, even if an application uses load library function to try to load a DLL under system32 directory by an absolute path, the DLL in BFS is loaded instead. This is just a feature for compatibility, but it can be used as DLL hijacking. The third point is about MSIX container. Generally, executables in package directory is executed inside MSX container. However, by using update proc thread attribute function, it is possible to run executables located outside package directory inside MSX container. So that means even system binaries can be executed inside MSX container. By executing a system binary inside MSX container, BFS will also apply to the binary. This allows us to perform MG bypass by loading mg.dll into the PowerShell, or even perform UAC bypass by loading custom DLL into an old LV process, such as Clean Manager. Now, let's get into the core part of the first technique. I talked about how BFS allows DLL injection, but it's not just DLS that can be loaded through BFS. In this attack technique, I utilize BFS to load a configuration file instead. This enables us to load an arbitrary configuration file into a .NET binary located in system directory. And eventually, I can execute an arbitrary code in that process. As a side note, this slide shows the DLL bundle in MSX file, but due to the characteristics of updoing manager injection, it might be possible to load the DLL directly into memory from the internet. I show an example of a process tree in MSX-based updoing manager injection. In this example, tzsync.exe is launched via PowerShell or PSF. PSF launcher 64.exe is a binary commonly used when using PSF. In PowerShell or PSF, subsequent child processes are executed inside MSX container by update proc thread attribute function. As a result, both PowerShell.exe and tzsync.exe are executed inside MSX container. This allows BFS to apply to them, and tzsync.exe loads a configuration file in package directory. The next technique is MSX modification package. This feature allows user to modify the behavior of existing MSX applications. By installing a modification package, a user can partially override the behavior of third-party applications. Importantly, the certificates for a target MSIX and the modification package can be different. This attack technique also takes advantage of BFS. By applying a modification package, the target MSX application begins loading files from BFS within the modification package. This makes it possible to hijack third-party applications. Let me mention a similar case carried out by Ocean Loaders. The MSD file is to modify or customize MSI file, and it is nearly equivalent to modification package in the context of MSIX. Ocean Loaders use this to execute a malicious DLL within MSD file, while disguising it as part of a legitimate installer. The modification package approach can be used to perform similar attacks. Finally, old update. This technique abuses the old update functionality of MSIX. One key advantage of this approach is the malicious contents can be delivered after installation. This might help avoid suspicion from both users and security products at the time the MSX file is first installed. There are several ways to enable all updates, such as using app install files or implementing code for checking and applying updates. Generally, update checks are only triggered when the user manually launches the application. However, from an attacker's point of view, it's more desirable to have these checks run automatically. There are a few ways to achieve this. First, when an application is installed by an app install file, it will automatically check for updates every 8 hours in the background. Another option is to use background tasks. This is a mechanism that allows lightweight code to run in the background based on triggers. By implementing code for updates inside a background task and registering it with a chime trigger, you can schedule periodic update checks. This approach allows the user to trigger update checks every 15 minutes at the shortest. Here's an example of how this technique can be put into practice. All components in the slide are assumed to be bundled in a single MSX file. The entry point of this MSX file is PSF launcher64.exe, which acts as a wrapper to launch a legitimate binary. To use background tasks, they need to be registered first. In this example, I use PSF to inject a custom DLL into the process of the legitimate binary. And the DLL then handles the background task registration. The background task does two things. First, it checks for and installs updates. Second, it runs another program. This program was delivered as part of the update. So to sum up, the background task triggers update check requests to the attacker's infrastructure every 15 minutes. And if an update is available, it installs the update components and runs malicious code without any user interaction. In this implementation, the update check traffic comes from SVC host, which makes it look more legitimate. Next, I will talk about possible countermeasures against MSX-based attacks. There are three types of countermeasures. First, indicators of attack. In this presentation, I will show examples of detection signatures using Sigma. And the signature on the slide triggers an alert when DLL in BFS are loaded into system binary. With this signature, it's possible to detect behaviors like MG bypass and UAC bypass utilizing BFS. Next, I show a signature designed to detect MSIX-based app domain manager injection. In the areas we tested, configuration file load events were not logged. So the previous signature wouldn't catch this behavior. That's why we focus on file write events as a detection method for this case. Second, app control. This is the successor to Windows Defender application control, and it allows users to control the execution of packaged apps. There are two options, package family name based or signature based. You can check the package family name of your MSX package using get appx package command in PowerShell. And in signature-based methods, you can use a certificate that's issued by a particular CA to a specific company you trust. Lastly, policy CSP. While app control is focused on controlling execution, policy CSP allows users to control installation of packaged apps. And there are two types of policy CSP regarding packaged apps. For example, the application management policy CSP can block non-admin users from installing packaged apps. And the allow or trusted apps setting stops users from installing apps via side loading. Side loading means installing packaged apps directly instead of from the Microsoft Store. Since most MSX malware is installed this way, blocking side loading is effective. And the desktop AMP installer CSP can restrict URLs to install packaged apps. As a side note, the enable MSX alert zones and MSX alert zones aren't described in the Microsoft documentation for desktop app install policy CSP. But based on the registry keys, I figured they fall under this category. To conclude this presentation, we focused our research on MSX abuse techniques. We haven't observed these attacks in our SOC, but we believe that for proactive cyber defense, even our team needs to investigate attack techniques. In our SOC, we work to detect threats early, just like in this research. As mentioned in the previous slide, we've already observed many malicious MSX files. And these techniques might be used in real attacks in the future. So we recommend considering countermeasures against MSX-based attacks. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for listening. Okay. Thank you very much again.
Hello. Okay, welcome back. So our next speaker is a threat intelligence analyst at Flair. She has a background in mathematics and criminology, and I am telling you, she's the next queen of data visualization. So please, please welcome Estelle Ruella.
So welcome everybody to the Uno Reverse talk, where we expose threat actors getting played at their own game, basically. And that's why it's Uno Reverse. So even though they operated some kind of malware, they still got infected by, you guessed it, another malware. So a bit about me, mathematics and criminology background. And today I will present to you the content under the format of a class, the OPSEC 101 class for first-year threat actors. A bit of context before we start the class on what is an info stealer malware. An info stealer malware is a piece of malware that usually the user downloads through cracked software. Then it is executed on the victim's computer. It grabs every valuable piece of information, like credentials, browsing data, crypto wallets. Then it exfiltrates the data to a C2 infrastructure. For those not familiar with C2, it's basically a web server where the threat actor can get the data exfiltrated. Then individual logs are packaged together, and then they're sent to a Telegram channel to be sold or exploited further. Now, we can get into the class. And I want to start the class with the first lesson of today, which is no one's safe. Info stealers do not discriminate. So even if you operate some kind of malware, if your OPSEC is not on point, you will get infected and thus handed your Uno reverse card. As I am a visual learner, I always need examples, so I will present to you the lineup for today. 2 bad examples and 2 good ones. 3 of those guys that got infected were infected by the red line info stealer. The last one was Meta. 3 of them were seen accessing 1 known C2 IP, and the last one accessed 3. 2 of them had their device located in the Netherlands, 1 in Germany, and the last one in Hong Kong. So let's start. First, we're going to start with the bad examples on how not to be a threat actor. The NorthSec, those that are newbies in OPSEC. The first example is Quinn. Quinn had access to 4 cybercrime forums, 10 different stressor services. He had access to 10 suspicious IPs, and he had 2 brute force TXTs on his device. He was seen accessing at least 10 Snapchat accounts, which was not his, 5 Epic Games accounts, and then 10 Steam accounts. So he was mainly interested in social media and gaming. However, he was handed his Uno card by downloading a checker on a cybercrime forums. A checker is a tool used for credential testing, basically. So you get stolen credentials, and then it's too much, so you use the tool to test them to see which ones are still valid. But it was laced with malware, and that's how it got infected. Yeah, here is your Uno card. So we dabbled into the logs, which contains like browser data, any autofills, any files, and we found his government names, his date of birth, his exact address, his driving school, social media, and Twitch and GitHub accounts, and even his favorite porn star. So yeah, even if you operate some kind of malware, you will get infected if your OPSEC is not on point. And that brings us to lesson number 2. OPSEC isn't included with the malware toolkit, so get your OPSEC on point. The second bad example here is you. He was located in Hong Kong and infected by the Meta info stealer. He too had access to 2 cybercrime forums and 5 stressor services. However, this one was seen as having accessed a Rise Pro C2 IP with 2 sets of different credentials. He was also seen as accessing 3 different Instagram accounts which we know were not his because the first one is a Korean-led company. The second one is an 18-year-old French student. And the last one was an Indian company on immigration and visa. We also accessed a pay scale instance from a South African company, which is used basically to give the salaries, and he was obviously not in the company. So we know he had some stolen accounts, and he too was handed his Uno reverse card by a checker again. This time, a LinkedIn checker. So again, we dabbled into the log, and first we were very interested in the machine because he had many softwares that were aimed to a corporate issued device used for development purposes. So we thought, it seems like he was maybe doing some development task, like apps or web apps, maybe. Then we went into the credentials, and we saw an interesting patterns into the emails, usernames, and even accesses, which were all related to a single company, and were able to identify the company. It is a Beijing-based company, and we saw because the email was the exact same on the website. So yeah. Then continuing on the accesses, he had admin access to more than 50 private domains of the company, and more than 140 admin accesses to private and subnet IPs. However, we only found 3 sets of credentials across those 300 corporate and private domains. Yeah, I will let the silence speak for itself, but obviously do not do that. Continuing, if we sum up everything we had about you, he had most likely a corporate issued device used for development purposes. He was in a tech company and had admin access to private development domains. All of this points to maybe he was a high privileged developer inside the company. The problem is, he used the same corporate issued device for shady and corporate business. And as if that was not enough, he used the same credentials for both shady and business. And that's how you get triggered. Like, come on, if you use the same sets of credentials for 300 instances in corporate, at least have the decency to split your passwords for your shady business. For those of you that are not familiar, and if it's breaking news for you, I'm sorry, but do not use the same password for everything. So yeah, that was you. And what we can learn from the NorthSec is do not cross the streams. Use one device for your business and another one if you decide to act on your bad decisions. Now we've laughed with the NorthSec. Now we can sweat with the skip tracer's nightmare. A skip tracer is someone you hire to find someone. So why we gave them that name is because they used obfuscation techniques for their identity, so it was a nightmare to basically identify them. The first difference we found between the nightmares and the NorthSec is that the NorthSec has more than 100 credentials and various individual credentials, such as like a Gmail account, a Netflix account, and then could have the shady in between. The nightmares, on the contrary, had only 30 to 50 credentials, all related to malicious or suspicious activity. And that's lesson number 4 of the class, which are dedicated device are the new gloves. The same way as a real-life crime, if you use glove, you protect your fingerprints. Here, a dedicated device would protect your identity from being identified if someone gets their hands on your device. So let's start with the first nightmare, which is Menya. Menya used many techniques to obfuscate his identity. First was the location of his device in Germany, but he was on the Moscow time zone, so maybe he was based in Russia or Eastern Europe. Then we found 3 different addresses in the US in the autofills of the log, one in Oregon, one in New Hampshire, and the last one in Florida. However, it would have been too easy because the one in New Hampshire doesn't resolve. It's a fake one. and the 2 remaining ones are on sale. So nobody is living at those addresses at the moment, and it's been for like 10 years on sale. So we still don't know where he is located, nor where he is actually doing things. Continuing on the obfuscation techniques, he used burner emails, of which were celebrity usernames, pun of words, or even stolen emails that were posted on cybercrime forums. So nothing came out of those emails. Then we went on and we saw some names in the payment names you enter in the autofills. But we had Ryan Gosling, Morgan Freeman, and Jimmy Carter. Obviously, I doubt Mania is one of them. So we still don't know who is, basically. And that brings us to lesson number 5, is to hide well, mislead them first. Let them follow fingerprints that are not yours, build a maze they can escape, and every false trail will make your real you safer. Continuing on the autofill of the logs, we found many accesses to file sharing platforms with the noun of very suspicious files, basically cracked software. We had 81 unique file names. As you can see, no doubt, probably malware. Spread across more than 600 media fires URLs, 47 Bitbuckets, 12 Dropboxes, and many more. Sadly, the media fires were all dead, and the Dropbox as well. However, lucky us, the Bitbucket was still up as of yesterday. And we know it's his because in the autofills we found the username, the name of the project, and the name of each repo. If we click on one of those repos, we can see all the files inside, the name of the uploader, the number of downloads, and the date it was uploaded. Again, more proof as if it was not clear enough in the autofills. Everything leads to him. Across those Bitbuckets alone, we had more than 12,000 downloads, meaning potentially more than 12,000 infected. So at this point, we have an hypothesis. He's either a malware distributor, or he could be a white hat CTI researcher. So let's keep that in mind when we investigate. We thought, hey, the Bitbuckets is open. Let's get one of the files and see what's inside. Sadly, it's password protected. And considering the passwords we had in the logs, it seems that he was using a password manager, but none of the password in the log worked. But hey, good point. He used a password manager. That's lesson number 6 for your OPSEC, guys. Use a password manager. So we went into the process list of the log and tried to find any traces of the password manager. In our quest, we found OpenVPN and Telegram, nothing unusual for a threat actor so far, but no trace of a password manager. However, in that same quest, we found a cute little notepad. And this is the Russian for ID and documents. And this, if you remember well, is pretty much the same as the username from the Bitbucket. So that could be a notepad containing the passwords. And yeah, you know what I mean. Do not put your passwords in a notepad. Mania, you disappointed us. Like, you made us believe you use a password manager, and then we find a notepad with the passwords. Sad as it is. Continuing. But we thought, you know what, let's try to crack open that file. So we used a top 12,000 password list. And bingo, the first one we used, Windows. And guess what? It was the same password for every single zip in the Bitkit, because everything is related to Windows. So why use a different password, you know? So inside the one we opened was 2 files. One very heavy executable, the second one, which is the installer. When we hashed both files, while the second one, the installer, was already identified in antiviruses and VirusTotal, the second one was still new and undiscovered yet. The idea behind that is that it's too heavy for the antivirus to crawl it and inspect it when it's uploaded on the Bitbucket. And that technique is called file pumping. You increase the size of the file so that when you upload it, it can be scraped and basically analyzed by the antiviruses automatically, which is why it was not found now. Let alone the files, Mania accessed more than 500 domains, of which 192 were related to CryptBot. And more than 25 of them followed the same format, but were not yet associated with that CryptBot. More than 100 of those domains were associated with communicating malicious files, and we even found in the autofill that same one that was flagged. So, continuing, he had accesses to ad services, ad pop-ups and spam ad services. He had access to 5 different YouTube channels in 3 different countries, and access to managing of video platforms and putting traffic into those ads. And lastly, he had access to user behavior analytics. All of this leads us to think that he was probably a traffer. Traffer is someone that directs traffic to malicious content, basically. How a traffer works is going into putting a malvertising campaign. So you have cracked software, put it inside a video or a website, use your ad services to put those websites out in the world and get the most people, infect those people, and then get all the logs and data into your malicious domain C2. So right now, the hypothesis of Mania being either a CGI researcher or a malware distributor still stands, but come on now. We've seen the traffer, we've seen the more than 500 domains, and then the files. Maybe you're still a CGI researcher, but you're heavily leaning into the dark side of the force. But even though you can be in the dark side of the force, even Darth Vader can like cute puppies and want a cute puppy homepage on Chrome. So that was Mania. And the last one we'll use as a case study on how to build a triple threat malware ecosystem, and that's Shiza. So take out your notepads if you want to get into the real malware deal, and let's get into it. Shiza was found to have access to those 4 domains, and the one that is very interesting is Raccoon and the extensions. He accessed logs and regs, which is not for normal people. It means he accessed the logs of people infected, and that means he was at least implicated in running the Raccoon info stealer. Then we found admin creds for all those IPs, which are very suspiciously formatted. The first one is known to be associated with the Mystic malware. Second one with Private Loader. And the third one with the Asuka Trojan. And if you notice, all these IPs have a hash in them, and that's consistent with C2 patterns. When you infect a victim, usually the name of the victim is hashed. So you can identify, but it's still anonymized for other people. And this suggests he was operating at least for Raccoon, Mystic, Private Loader, and Asuka, but maybe even more, because the rest of these IPs were unknown yet, not associated with any piece of malware. Here we have an ecosystem with 4 known pieces of malware. And that's how it goes. The first one, the first step, is the malware loader. So you infect the device first, and then it serves as like a door to deliver any other malicious payloads. So here you infect the computer, it becomes a door, and then you can make enter anything else. So first, the Mystic is validated by the loader, it's inside, and then Mystics will come stealing the data, keylogging, and even ensure persistence sometimes. Here is for system exploitation. Then, second step, why not put the info stealer Raccoon? Validated again by the loader, and its role is getting all the valuable data out of the computer, basically. So logging credentials, cookies, wallets, anything you want, basically. And that's data extraction for you. Last but not least, you can make the Asuka Trojan enter. And this one maintains control and creates persistent backdoors to ensure persistence and control. And all of them build on the capabilities of the previous one, with the loader being the first step of infection, and it leads to maximum exploitation of the victim's target. And that brings us to lesson 8. Here, diversify to better conquer. Here, by building on the capabilities of the previous one every time, you augment the percentage of exploitation of the device, and then you can just come back if you want with just the backdoor of the Trojan. So to sum up the class here on OPSEC is, well, threat actors are not all big bad guys in a hoodie in a cave, very dark, and god of codes. They can be people like us, doing mistakes, like our grandma putting the same password and their address out in the wild. So password, address, government names, and even getting Uno card reversed, handed to them. And when they are indeed threat actors that are scary and good at code, they can still get infected in our case, and then that's a goldmine of information, because then we have access to their device, and we can see how to build a triple threat ecosystem, how to run a campaign through malvertising. We can discover new, previously unknown Bitbuckets and files, and we can identify potentially new C2 instances. That's a gold mine. And that concludes the class of today. Thank you for not sleeping through. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Yeah. Yeah. They do, it's just too late. Most often they use, then it leads some people to get infected, and then the website gets taken down, so the ads leads to nowhere, but it's still used. Yep.
Hello. Oh, hi. Welcome. Introduce the member of the panel and each speaker. So please welcome Alex Perotti.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Our first speaker is Amaury Jacques Garçon. Apologies for the accent. I don't know French, but I'm trying my best. He is a cybersecurity engineer working as a technical threat intelligence analyst and focusing on the investigation of both state-sponsored threats, currently at Sequoia.io. He has professional experience in open source investigation, and he has worked for the French Ministry of Armed Forces. And Amaury is now going to tell us more about one certificate to rule them all, the story of a Chinese Nexus botnet. Take it away.
Oh, it's okay. Can we have the slide, please? Okay, perfect. So, hello everyone, and thank you for being here. So, this talk, One Certificate to Rule Them All, is about an investigation that I've been carrying out for 2 years now. And so here, we are going to talk about botnets that involves compromised devices all around the world. And before we dive in, a quick overview of who am I. So I work for Sequoia, which is a French company that provides threat intelligence-driven SOC platform. And this year, we recently became a partner of Flare.io. I work at Sequoia as a CTI analyst in the TDI team, and I'm focusing on tracking state-sponsored like APT threats and their associated infrastructure and malware. Okay, so in this talk, I will first introduce you my starting point. Then we will go down the rabbit hole, where I will detail the elements of the infrastructure that I discovered. And finally, I will make like an attribution. It's more, I found several evidences that leads me to make an hypothesis on the origin of this threat. Okay, so a part of my job consists in open source monitoring, where I have to capitalize on the published reports on internet, including the indicators of compromise mentioned. And all of this data goes into our CTI database in order to protect our clients. In the end of May 2023, the Japan Computer Emergency Response Team published an article on an attack campaign impacting Japanese edge devices. In the article, they expose a malware called Goblet, which enables the full control of the infected devices and transforming it as an ORB. So very quickly, what is an ORB? It's for operational relay boxes, and the idea is that an operator deploys command and control servers and then compromise devices that are exposed on internet. And generally, these devices are not secure. So it can be like routers, cameras, fridge, any IoT devices. And the goal is to relay an attack from a command and control server to a final victim. So the attacks can be like DDoS attacks, exploits, or just massive scan or proxying traffic to the final victim. And it's really good because it doesn't leave any traces. Because a victim who receives an attack will not know where it comes from. It will only see the IP address of a compromised device. So for years now, we see that ORBs are more and more used. And so this is the investigation that I'm going to present to you. It's concerned one ORB in particular, Goblet. Okay, back to the article. They give a very good technical description of the malware capabilities. And they even created a command control simulator that they shared on GitHub. So for the malware, I didn't look closer, as it was really perfect good. But for the infrastructure part, they only mentioned 3 command and control servers. So I began to hunt on these 3, and very fast, I saw that all of them use the same certificate, this self-signed certificate. So a first query is to search all the hosts using this certificate on search engines like Census, Shodan, VirusTotal, etc. And by doing this, I found many additional hosts. So I began to analyze all of them on each port or each services, and I noticed that on just one of them, there is a second distinct self-certificate. So for the last 2 years, I've been able to track this infrastructure only using a very basic query based on the hash of these 2 certificates. And this is here we see that the operators have made the mistake of always using the same certificates. This graph shows the numbers of new servers deployed per month, which uses at least one of the 2 certificates. I estimate that the infrastructure has been active since at least 2021, and since 2024, the number of new servers has been rising steadily. In total, it's more like 70 servers, and many of them are still active today. And despite the fact that the query is very basic, I admit it, totally, the infrastructure behind is a little bit more complex. So this is the full picture that I've been able to draw based only on my understanding and the research I made for the last 2 years. I've been able to make like direct links, but I still have some unconfirmed technical hypotheses on certain parts. Okay, so now let's go down the rabbit hole. And I will start with the staging servers. Staging servers consist in an open directory on the path static. It's available on internet without any restrictions, and the goal is to host malicious files so they can be downloaded by any other devices. And first, we have the Gobrat malware, but also on every staging servers, we have the Bulbature malware, which is not mentioned by the Japan cert. And we will go deeper on this after. We also have some bash scripts, and sometimes on some of them, there are some tools. In total, I have identified like several hundred different files in the staging servers. And now let's see the infection chain. It's used to compromise the edge devices. So first, we have an operator that deploys staging servers, which are hosting malicious files, as we saw. Then it compromises an edge devices that are running a Linux operating system. So here it can be router, camera, fridge. And once he's inside the devices, he executes some bash script that will retrieve the malicious file. And these files are executed. And what we see is that the bash script really degrades the security. First, it ensures its persistence, it's blocking other potential users, it's making the host publicly accessible by disabling security mechanism, and he's installing the malware. Then both malware are executed, and they start communicating to their own command and control server. Okay, so now let's analyze how the malware are communicating. As we saw, a bash script will retrieve both malware, and the first is Gobrat. And to give you an overview, Gobrat is written in Go and packed with UPX, and it's compatible with the 64-byte and IRM MIPS architecture, and it has classic RAT functionalities, like start or stop a reverse shell, execute shell commands, fingerprint host, etc. But also, some of them are very specific to ORBs, like you can attempt to log in on services like SSH, Telnet, etc. You can send HTTP dictionary attack to specified IP. You can perform DDoS or run a SOX proxy. On the other hand, there is the Bulbature malware, and yeah, it has never been mentioned by the Japan cert or in public, but it has always been present with Gobrat. To give you an overview, it's developed in C, and it's compiled just like Gobrat for a 64-byte ARM, MIPS, etc., and it's packed with UPX. It's not yet obvious how Bulbature behaves due to a very high level of obfuscation. And at this time, it has not been possible to identify all its features and network interaction. What we see is that it contains anti-analysis, like control flow flattening. It's stripped and contains more than 1,000 functions. There is an extensive view of async programming, which makes reverse engineering really difficult. And what we see is that it's a malware with functionalities that are primarily network-related, along with other features, such as executing local commands. And when Bulbature is executed, it can be without any arguments. So it first connects to the Bulbature dispenser, which is a server that is designed to send back a list of 3 IP port C2. It then connects to one of the 3 IP ports, and then Bulbature just listens on a random UDP port. And we see that data are exchanged with the C2. There is another way of executing Bulbature. It's with dash and a port. And in this case, it's just listen in UDP to the specified port, and we see that also data are exchanged with the C2. But also, in this case, it listens in TCP on the localhost only on the port 8001. Okay, that's it for the malware interaction. And now that we understand a little bit more about how malware works, let's take a look at the command and control servers. And first, to what I call the proxies provider. These are web servers that have an interface on the port 8080. And what we see is that firstly, there is a login screen, so it can be accessible. However, I found that on the assets path, you can retrieve all the JavaScript files from the server in order to see how it works. And when I analyzed these files, I realized that there was a configuration mistake, as it's possible to view the final interface without being connected. So here is what the interface looks like without having access to the data it contains. And first, we are on the tab called Node, which appears to list IP address with their status and current operation. And if we click on the Add button, we see that it's possible to add a remote host by entering its port for VPN, L2P, HTTPS, or even SOCKS. We also see that you are asked whether the deployment has already been carried out or whether it must be done by the server. So this may be a reference to the bash scripts installations seen earlier, but I don't have any technical evidence here. So we can assess that this tab is used to list devices controlled by this interface in real time. Next, there is another tab called Security Tunnel, which appears to list active and inactive connection to IP addresses. And here, if we press the Add button, we see that it's possible to create an on-the-fly connection based on the nodes of the previous tab. So on one hand, we have a list of devices, and on the other hand, we have this tab, and here we can create a tunnel on one or many nodes. So it doesn't seem to be for launching attacks directly, but it's rather as like an anonymous infrastructure that will support infrastructure that will be used to launch attacks. Also, you can see that there are other tabs such as account management, logs, or an interactive world map, but I don't have access to the data, so it's empty. And an interesting tab is the setting tab. We can see that there is a default configuration, and when an operator creates a security tunnel, if he keeps using the same connection for too long, at least 60 minutes here, an alert will prompt on the interface. And this alarm mechanism indicates a desire to rotate the security tunnel as soon as possible. And this is a typical behavior of attackers' groups trying to cover their tracks. So I think that this interface controls the ball batcher malware as well as its dispenser and its C2. But I have not found any technical proof or direct link here between these elements. Okay, now let's take a look at the GOBRAT administration interface. So by default, it's a closed, protected interface. And this time, I did not manage to get a real-time view, but with the proxies provider, just as proxies providers, in the asset path, you can find the source code of the front end. So you can reconstruct the interface locally with a little bit of development. So that's what I did. And this is the home page when you are connected to this interface just in localhost. So we just have the interface, so we can explore and see what it's used for, but as for the proxies providers, we don't have the data. So firstly, you land on this dashboard in the Home tab, and we can see a table of data supposed to list IPs with their location, status, type, etc. The data can be filtered using a flags column, which is a criteria that seem to be very specific to operators, where we have TCP, UDP, if the device is routed or not. You can also sort by country. And in the category field, which seems to correspond to the type of device, we can see that we have routers, camera, NAS, Linux, or others. And at the bottom of the page, there is also plenty of functionality for sending shell commands to remote hosts, and here they're called remote host bots. The next tab is for the current tasks. And if you click on Create Tasks, a new window appears offering to create 3 possible tasks. The first is called Weak Password, which appears to be dedicated to credential brute force on services such as SSH, Telnet, MySQL, etc. And it's possible to upload a file that will contain many IP or domains, and you can choose several bots to perform the task. Then there is a tab called Exp, I think here is for exploit, which is dedicated to launching what they call plugins. And here is the creation windows of a plugin. And so this window consists in entering several custom network steps, which can be adapted according to the type of task, and in which you can modify the request header or the content, etc., and validate a web response pattern. So what we see is that the operator has the ability to customize its request, and here probably to exploit vulnerabilities, and to save the result if it matches its conditions. And the last tab is for DDoS attack. You can select one or more targets and the number of threads, etc., and you can launch a deferred DDoS campaign and combine this with the plugin we saw just before. So to sum up these tasks, we see that it's a real toolbox for clearly offensive and automated cyber operations. And it corresponds exactly to the GOBRED features described by the Japan CERT in their article. And finally, we have all the weak password results, web admin result, exp result, etc. And you can see that each one has an export function. So up until now, I only had the interface, but without the data. And one day, I asked myself, is it possible to find the data on the server? And guess what? On one server over 70, I found an open directory, and probably due to an incorrect access management, I came across this. So you can see that the name of the files correspond exactly to the tabs we have on the interfaces, like Node, WeakPass, WebAdmin, etc. And we have the timestamp that correspond to the export dates. So for example here, if I open the largest file called Node, we can see that this is 75,000 lines, and each line corresponds to a unique IP. And you see that there is a lot of information, like the type of device, the location, whether it's active, and there's also, for example, the return outputs of bash commands in the column message. So this indicates that they are compromised hosts with which the operator has interacted. And do you remember the interface on page? We can see that it has exactly the same column name. So we can be pretty sure that this is an export of the interface made by the operator. So on one hand, we have the interface without the data, so we can confirm the possible operation. And on the other hand, we have an export of the data, so we know which hosts have been compromised and are being used to relay attack from this infrastructure. This file is really cool because it contains structured data. So one of the first things we can do is to drop a victimology schema. And so based on the location column, here is a distribution of the ORBs over the 75,000 lines. So there are over 100 different countries here, with the United States by far the largest country impacted, followed by Hong Kong and Sweden. So the first assumption we can make is that the operators want to obtain exit nodes on 3 continents, but that there is a particular focus on the United States. Then, based on the flags column and its values, this diagram shows the type of device compromised. And we can see that almost half of them are ORBs that are ARM-based Linux devices with a public IP address. A device was the operator as root access, and which communicates in both TCP and UDP. So this file export allows us to estimate the size and the type of botnet, and honestly, it's quite large. So still with the idea of finding export file, if you remember in the tasks, it's possible to upload a file for IP or domain that are going to be targeted. I also managed to find some of them still on the same server. So I've listed them all for the last 2 years, and here is a list of all the files I've been able to recover with the number of lines that they have. In total, there are over 22 million targets. And based on the file names, you can see that whether they're using a third-party tool, such as FOFA, for exporting an IP address, or they're looking to target specific brands, such as QNAP, or Draytech, or D-Link, or sometimes on particular services, such as SSH or Telnet. And certain files have country names, such, for example, TW SSH, I think is for Taiwan here. So we can see that there are a lot of targets. So this interface can handle several million operations at the same time. And all of this is what I found on just one server, but there are about like 10 active still today. So just by analyzing the GOBRED administration interface, we can now map out the entire infrastructure chain, and this time with technical evidences. So to sum up, here is my understanding of the infrastructure at the moment. And as you've seen, I still have some missing parts, still work to be done, particularly on the build better section. And yeah, what I can say is that the infrastructure is still active. Just checked this morning. So now that we've covered all that, we're going to take a look at the question of who might be behind all this infrastructure. First of all, when you look at the TTPs, the compromised edge devices being used to relay an attack, It's really reminiscent of the Chinese ecosystem. At Sequoia, this is something we have already seen, notably on APT31 or for the Quad7 botnet. And so I don't really have any hypothesis about which group is it, because the Chinese ecosystem is quite large, but our first assumption is that, yeah, it's China. Then, when you look at some comments in the bash script, they are in Chinese. And in the first version of the proxies provider in 2023, the interface was only available in Chinese. On the infrastructure side, there is a predominance of Chinese autonomous system for command and control servers, with the Kaopu and Alibaba, and like more than 80% of them are hosted in China. In terms of targeting, we saw that the main victimology of the ORBs was predominantly the United States. And currently, ORBs try to have exit nodes as close as possible to their victims. So this could indicate a real desire to have a stronger targeting in the United States. In May 2024, Mandiant published a report in which they describe an ORB infrastructure in a very similar way, but with a different name. And they give a new acronym for this small part of the operator infrastructure. They call it ACOS, for Adversary Controlled Operation Server. And unfortunately, there is no IOC, so I can't compare and confirm that, yeah, we are talking about the same infrastructure. But they attribute the whole infrastructure to China. And finally, in a publication in January this year, there is an overlap of a command and control of TinyShell, which is a Chinese backdoor, and Gobrat. And it's publicly known that TinyShell is used by several Chinese operators. So all these elements allows me to estimate with a high level of confidence that Gobrat and Bulbature are operated by Chinese operators. And if you remember, in the interface, the account management was possible. And if you add this to the size of the infrastructure, we can also assume that it's used by several groups at the same time. So yeah, it's just my understanding on the information I have for the moment, and maybe tomorrow there will be a new element that will completely change the understanding I have. And if you have any other information, I will be very happy to discuss it with you. Thank you very much for your attention. If we have some time, I can answer fast question, if there is any. Okay, good.
Right. Hi, everyone, again. I am introducing Mathieu Fau. He's a senior malware researcher at ESET, and he specializes in researching targeted attacks. His main duties include threat hunting, reverse engineering of APTs. He finished his master's degree in computer science at École Polytechnique de Montréal and at École des Mines de Nancy in 2016. In the past, he has spoken at multiple conferences, including Black Hat USA, Blue Hat, BotCon, CyberWarCon, NorthSec, and Virus Bulletin. And Mathieu today is going to talk to us about weaponizing XSS, cyber espionage tactics in webmail exploitation. Take it away.
Thanks for the introduction, and good afternoon, and welcome to this presentation about the... Oh, sorry, can you show the slides, please? Thanks. So this presentation is about the exploitation of XSS vulnerabilities in webmails. In the past years, numerous vulnerabilities have been found in desktop mail applications such as Microsoft Exchange, Microsoft Outlook. But during this research, we realized that many webmail software, including the most important open source ones, are particularly vulnerable to XSS attacks, which can be triggered remotely. So I'm Mathieu, senior malware researcher at security company ESET, and I actually work from our research office here in Montreal, where dozens of researchers specialize in tracking cyber espionage groups. So most of you here are probably familiar with the concept of XSS, especially if you have participated to a CTF before. But I would like to take a few minutes to clarify what is a XSS in order to enable everybody to fully understand the presentation. So XSS attacks, it's like cross-site scripting attacks, are a type of injection in which malicious scripts are injected into otherwise benign, untrusted websites. So basically, it happens when a web application uses input from a user within the output it generates without validating or encoding this data. And the input can be used as output for the same user or for a different user, which is slightly worse. And if you carefully read the conference agenda, you might have noticed that one of the presenters actually tried to add an XSS in his biography, but it was sanitized by NorthSec website. So in this case, the input is a biography entered by the presenter, and it is displayed to all visitors of NorthSec websites. And there are several types of... Yes. Nice. So there are several types of XSS, including reflected, stored, and blind. And I have here a very small example of a reflected XSS in JavaScript, but XSS vulnerabilities can happen in any language used to generate web page, like Python, PHP, etc. So this is really small scripts that add what is passed via the URL parameter MSG to the web page using the document.write function. So, for example, if we add in the parameter NorthSec is the best conference, you can see that it's directly added to the web page. There is no problem, it's just text. But what if we add JavaScript code instead of text? So actually, if we add an alert between two script tags, then we can successfully execute like JavaScript code in the web browser. However, this XSS is not persistent. An attacker will have to entice the victim to open an URL in which the malicious script is already present. Then there are store XSS. It's like the second type. The injected code is already present in the web page and is visible to all visitors. So remember the biography in the NorthSec website. It would have been a stored XSS. And another example could be like a user posting a message on a forum. So if they had some JavaScript code in the forum message, then all visitors who are going to read this message will execute the JavaScript code in their own browser. And finally, blind XSS, it's almost the same as stored XSS. The difference is that the attacker cannot see like the page or application where the code is executed. For example, it could be like an admin panel where you can see external messages. And yeah, regarding the impact, so first, those XSS, they allow to execute JavaScript code in the context of the browser, of the context of the web page, but of course it doesn't allow to like escape the browser or execute code directly on the machine. It's really in the context of the website. So what you could do is, for example, redirect a user from a trusted website to a malicious one. You could also inject an exploit in a trusted website to do a watering hole and try to compromise the physical computer. You can also perform actions on the website instead of the user. So if the website has an authenticated API, for example, since the code is running in the context of the web page, he has all the rights the logged-in user has. So for example, you can read data and exfiltrate it. And you can also steal cookies that are tied to specific domain, like to the specific website, because once again, you're running as any script in this website. So now that everyone knows what is XSS, let's see why it is a common vulnerability in webmail portals. So actually, we can describe a webmail as a web interface that displays untrusted HTML content, the content being emails. And during this research, we found 4 different webmail applications that were targeted. So Zimbra, RuneCube, Ord, and MDemon. And yeah, those applications, they are running on the org premises. It's not like a cloud service like Gmail. It's some applications that you install on your own mail server. All those software, they implement some XSS preventions. For example, it's impossible to just add an alert in like between 2 script tags, but often those sanitizers, they are based on regexes or hard-coded denial lists. So attackers, they can either find a way to trick the HTML parser or to bypass the filter. For example, the RuneCube sanitizer, it's what they call the washer, and it's nice with RuneCube because it's open source software. All the code is on GitHub, it's in PHP, so it's quite easy to read. And there is this rcube-html.php script, which is responsible for sanitizing emails that contain HTML to forbid the execution of JavaScript code. So this script includes a list of allowed and forbidden HTML elements, and you can see that only 4 elements are completely forbidden: script, applet, embed, and style. And I won't show it here, but even for allowed element, there is a list of allowed and forbidden attributes, because often only specific attributes of like specific HTML element are potentially harmful and could allow to execute JavaScript code. So I have selected 4 vulnerabilities in webmails that were exploited in the wild. There are many more, but I believe they're quite representative of typical flaws you can find in those sanitizers. So the first example is a vulnerability in RuneCube, which is tracked as CV 2023-5631, and it's a 0-day that was used by a threat actor known as Winterviven in 2023. I will provide more information about the threat actors in the last part of the presentation. And we reported it to the vendor, and it was patched in just 2 days. So they were quite efficient in patching the security flow. So you can see the email on the right. It's contains HTML, and it impersonates Microsoft, I believe. And at the end, you can see there is some SVG element, and inside the SVG element, they try to add another SVG element, which is like the base 64 encoded parts. And you can also see that there is an extra white space between the S and the VG. And theoretically, RuneCube want to prevent adding an SVG inside an SVG because like the base 64 part is not sanitized, and actually you can add a lot of other HTML elements inside an SVG element, and you can actually like execute JavaScript code. But here the problem is that there is a white space between the S and the VG, so it's not correctly detected as being an SVG picture. And if we decode the base64 payload that was like in the use tag. You can see it's another SVG with an image and some JavaScript code in the onError attributes. And what was the fix? Actually quite simple. They just had a call to the trim function, which remove all white space. So now the S tab VG will be converted to SVG and will be correctly detected by the washer. So it's very simple trick, but it shows that those sanitizers are really not robust. Second example in MDMon, it's CV 2024-111A2, and it's a 0-day used by another APT we call SendNet, and it was used in late 2024. Once again, we reported to the vendor, and it took a bit more time to patch it, so they did some beta version in 30 days, and then almost a month to get the final, the real release with the patch. It's once again HTML email, and it's at the top that the XSS payload is. So if we zoom a little bit, we can see that they first open a no-embed tag, then a p tag, and then in the title attribute, they actually close the no-embed tag and open an image tag. So this should have been part of the title and considered as text, but there was some, I guess there was some confusion in the HTML parser used by MDMon. Unfortunately, their parser is developed in C, and it was a bit of pain to reverse it, so I didn't really find what was the exact problem, but there is a confusion between the parser used for the sanitizer and the parsers used in web browser. So there is a difference which makes that the HTML tree that is generated is different for both. And actually, if we test in some test environment and install MDMon and created some email with the payload, and we can actually execute JavaScript code in the browser. You can also see here that I didn't use the exact same tags, so I use a div and a style attribute, so it shows that the confusion in their HTML parser is not related to only one HTML element, but there is a bigger problem in how they parse HTML. The third example, it's in Zimbra. It's a CV 2024-27443, and this time it's an end day, so it was already patched when the threat actor started to use it, and it was also used by SendNet in 2024. And yeah, we are not the original finder. We did not disclose the vulnerability to the vendor. And in this case, the vulnerability lies in email header, specifically the X-Zimbra calendar intended for. And actually, if we check Zimbra code, we realize that the content of this header is directly added into the web page without any sanitization. So if you put JavaScript in the header, then when the person will open the email, the JavaScript code will execute. So what they did is to add some sanitization to the msg.cif, which contains the value of the header. So this time, the payload was not directly in the body of the email, but in a header sent by the mail server. And the fourth example, which is also in RuneCube, again, end day vulnerability used by SendNet in 2024. And this one is quite interesting because the vulnerability is not directly in the washer, but in the hyperlink functionality. So in RuneCube, you can create hyperlink, and you can provide a display text to display inside of the URL. Unfortunately, it seems that we can add JavaScript between the brackets instead of just raw text. And the problem was in some regex that they were using to find this replacement text. And actually now they just forbid the less than and greater than characters. So simple fix, but yeah. Once again, it shows that all those sanitizers are made with hard-coded list regexes, and it's not that hard to bypass. I have two more examples, but they are quite fresh, so I decided not to show how to exploit those vulnerabilities. The first one is another XSS in mdaemon exploiting another flow in the HTML parser. It was actually used as a zero-day by SendNet a few weeks after their first vulnerability was patched. So this is a bit the story of our research. And the second one was recently used by Winter Wyvern in the wild, and is quite similar to the Zimbra vulnerability in the calendar intended for header, but this time it was in a field of calendar invite, so the .ics attachments. And actually, in one of the fields, you could add JavaScript code, and it's not properly sanitized and displayed to the final user. So in this third part of the presentation, I'd like to showcase what threat actors are doing with those vulnerabilities. So it should help not only defenders, but also, for example, red teamers to give them ideas what you can do when you have XSS. And so the first example, so I will go by group. So the first group is SendNet, which I mentioned in the previous section. And SendNet is also known as APT28, Fancyber, Forest Blizzard, or Sofacy, and many other names. They are responsible for high-profile incidents. For example, the attack against the Democratic National Committee in the run-up for the 2016 elections in the US. They also attack TV5 the World Anti-Doping Agency, etc. They are publicly attributed to the Russian GRU, which is the main intelligence agency of the Russian military. And it's a big group. They do a lot of operations. So they do spear phishing, but also exploitation of vulnerability. They use implants, sometimes complex, sometimes very basic. And right now, most of their operations are very focused on Ukraine. During our research, we found that they were targeting those 4 different applications: Zimbra, Ode, mdaemon, and RunCube. As I mentioned earlier, so those applications need to be installed on-premise on the mail server of their organization. So they are not targeting like those companies, but organizations that are running those products. So we call this Operation RunPress, so the specific operation by SendNet against webmail application. There was targets in Ecuador, Bulgaria, Serbia, Romania, Ukraine, Greece, Cyprus, and Cameroon. Most of them being in the field of defense, national government, also aerospace companies. And yeah, most of the targets were in Ukraine, so there are different countries, but let's say that 80% of the targets were in Ukraine. This is a typical chain, so not only for SendNet, but in general, when an attacker uses XSS vulnerability in a webmail application. So an attacker will send a malicious email with a specially crafted either body or email header, etc., to exploit a vulnerability. Then the victim needs to read the email inside the vulnerable webmail. If it works, the XSS exploit is triggered, and it will load in memory arbitrary JavaScript code. So generally a stealer that can steal a lot of information, like sometimes credentials, but also like contacts, emails, 2FA tokens, login history. And what is like one of the problems for attackers is that there is no persistence. So as soon as the web page is closed, then the script stops running. And if they want to get like fresh messages, they will have to convince the target to reopen the malicious email again. So what they can do instead is to create a redirection rule, so generally a sieve rule that will send a copy of every email from the inbox to an attacker control email address. The victim should open the email to trigger the XSS, so the title and content should be attractive enough. In the case of Operation RunPress, they generally copy-paste articles from legitimate news websites. Now I will show a few of their stealers. So the first stealer they have is a credential stealer for mdaemon. And what they do is that they simply create a hidden form for the username and password. And the goal is to trick password managers to actually fill the saved credentials there And if it works, then the credentials are exfiltrated, and it's not like visible to the victim. They also have an email stealer. They will actually list emails from specific folders and then exfiltrate each email to the CNC server with HTTP post request, because like the JavaScript code can just create a HTTP request to a CNC server and exfiltrate this data. More interesting is this 2FA stealer for MDMon, because actually the script is like an authenticated user, and it can access like the QR code containing the token you use to enroll your account in your 2FA application. So they can just steal this QR code or code and use it to generate 2FA codes online. So if they steal credentials and they are able to generate 2FA codes, then they can log in whenever they want to the victim's account. And another option to bypass 2FA is to create application passwords, because once again they can control like the MDMon API. So they will. So an application password, generally you use that if, for example, let's say you use Thunderbird to access to your emails, but Thunderbird is not necessarily aware of 2FA. Like you type a password, but you cannot necessarily type a 2FA code all the time. So to bypass that, sorry, you can create a specific password for an application. And if you enter this password, no 2FA code will be required. And what is even more dangerous is like if you change your main password or even activate 2FA, if this application password still works, attackers can still access your mailbox. And finally, I talk a bit about sieve rules at the beginning. So this is how it looks like, the payload that creates a sieve rules. So it does a HTTP post request to the RuneCube API and add a rule that will send a copy of every email received in the inbox to this attacker control address, so the skiff.com email address. Yeah, so this is the only payload that has a kind of persistence, because the sieve rule, they're actually running inside the mail server. So even if the person is not logged in their session, those sieve rules are directly executed by the mail server. The second example is a group we call Winter Wyvern. It's a Belarus-aligned APT group. They are closely related to another APT we name Mustache Bouncer. We have published a blog post about them. And they are Mustache Bouncers, they are quite interesting because they are doing adversary in the middle attacks to compromise foreign diplomats in Belarus, and they were operating only inside the country. On the contrary, Winter Wyvern is a bit less sophisticated. Their focus is more on initial access, but they do target foreign entities, so not only targets inside Belarus. So they mainly target Zimbra and RuneCube, so no Horde or not MDMon. And for the victimology, we have found victims in France, Poland, Ukraine, Georgia, Pakistan, and Uzbekistan, mainly think tanks, national governments, and also military entities. So here is a credential stealer for RuneCube. So it's a script I found on GitHub, and it was probably uploaded by the victim. As you can see, the victim is the MOD of Georgia, like the country of Georgia. And the strategy of Winter Wyvern is to steal credentials. The strategy of Winter Wyvern to steal credentials is very different from the one of Sednet. They are not going to create a hidden form. What they do is they first log out the victim for the session, and the script interacts directly with the API. So the victim is not redirected to the main login page. And the script is also aware of CSRF tokens because it's running inside like the website session. So it can, of course, get new CSRF tokens all the time. So it's not protection against those kind of attacks. After logging out the victim, then the script will show a new signing form, and the script controls the submission of this form. The credentials are not directly sent to the RuneCube server. And finally, the script tries to authenticate to the legitimate webmail server using the provided credentials. If it's successful, those credentials are then exfiltrated to a CNC server. So overall, it's quite transparent for the victim. All the time they were on the official domain of their organization. And it will be not so surprising to be logged out from time to time and having to log in again. And yeah, once they have provided their credentials, they are really logged in into the real webmail. So the last group that we have seen exploiting vulnerabilities in webmails, we call them Green Cube. They're also known as UNC 3707, and it's a Russia-aligned APT groups. This group is way more basic. They mostly do spear phishing, like creating fake logging portals for like cloud mail services, or also like institution portal. And they also exploit XSS in webmails. Actually, only in one webmail in RuneCube. As for the victimology, we found victims in Greece, Serbia, Poland, and Ukraine, mostly in the sectors of defense, transportation, justice, and national government. So this is an example of their email. As for SendNet, they are copy-pasting a news article. This one is about elections in Serbia in 2022, if I remember correctly. And they're exploiting a vulnerability in RootCube. In this case, like the screenshot, I display like the email in Outlook. So that's why we can see like the big base64 and the exploit. But if you see it in a vulnerable RuneCube instance, it will like execute the code instead. And it's vulnerability I didn't talk about before, but it's very similar to the one from 2023 with the hyperlink functionality. So it's once again some kind of problem in the creation of hyperlinks. And also what is funny with GreenCube is that the payload is fully hard-coded in the email. For example, for other groups, generally they use a second stage downloader that will get the final payload from the CNC server, so they can easily update this payload or deliver multiple payloads one after the other. But GreenCube is the one, for example, to first steal credentials and then steal emails. They will send two different emails, and the victim will have to open like those two malicious emails one after the other. They have a safe payload, which is quite similar to the one from SendNet, so it will redirect all emails sent to the inbox to an attacker-controlled email address. And they have a credential stealer payload. It's also hidden form. And when we tested last year, this technique will trick like default password managers of Firefox and Chrome, but it was not working in Safari. I'm not sure for other password managers like 1Password, LastPass, etc. But probably the behavior is different from one password manager to another. But it works in some cases. And they also have an email stealer payload to steal all emails from the inbox and exfiltrate them by doing HTTP requests to the CNC server. Now let's quickly talk about prevention. Unfortunately, there is not much to say. The main thing is for webmail admins to keep like webmail instances updated, because I mentioned 2 0 days, but actually even SendNet, they use those 2 0 days against like 3 organizations, but all the other phishing campaigns they did was with known vulnerabilities that had been patched for months. And for users, the problem is that even like no script will not block the script, because if you allow list the webmail domain, like to use the full functionality of your webmail, then as the script is running inside this website, it will be allowed to run. So as a conclusion, a lot of software are affected, including the most popular webmail, Zimbra, Horde, RuneCube, and MDMon. And XSS vulnerabilities enable to execute arbitrary JavaScript code in the context of the browser. And it can be triggered remotely by just sending a specially crafted email. It enables to steal whatever is accessible to the webmail user, including emails, contacts, 2FA tokens, and it can also be used to trick the user into providing their credentials. And finally, in this research we found that this modus operandi is mainly used by Russian and Belarusian cyber espionage groups. So if you want to get all details, we have 2 blog posts, one a bit older about Winter Viven, and a second one about SetNet that we have just released today. So you have the links and QR codes are also pointing to those blog posts. Thank you for your attention.
All right, folks, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, so we're going to take a short break, and we will resume at 2:30. Thank you.
Check, check.
All right, everyone, welcome back. The next speaker is Axel Upville, who is a principal security researcher at Fortinet, FortiGuard Labs. Her research interests are mobile and IoT malware that she reverses every day. In addition, she's also the lead organizer of Phone CTF, an on-site competition which focuses on ethical hacking of smart objects. In a prior life, Axel used to implement cryptographic algorithms and security protocols. Axel has spoken at many conferences such as Black Hat Europe, Confidence, Hack.lu, Hacktivity, InsomniHack, ShmooCon, Troopers, Virus Bulletin, and NorthSec 2021. She has also published in academic journals such as IEEE Security and Privacy or Journal in Computer Virology. She regularly writes in French magazine Misc and Hackable, and has recently published in FRAC number 71. She's going to talk to us about Linux and IoT malware analysis with R2 AI. Take it away.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be with you today. My first time on site at NorthSec, because last time in 2021 it was during the lockdown, so it wasn't as fun as being here with all of you. Well, who am I? Actually, it's already been done, but you will have the bonus of seeing this very nice picture generated by DALL-E. If you feel it does me justice, I'm no longer talking to you, okay? So, okay. And although there is a lot of artificial intelligence in my talk, it will be the only picture which is generated by AI. The other ones, those, are my own hand-drawn. It's a small crocodile character. I know it's not very easy. Some say it's a frog. I do have to improve, but it is a crocodile, and he's called Pico le Croco. Okay. So, let's go into the topic. As you may have noticed, there is the buzzword about artificial intelligence in my talk. For those of you who like artificial intelligence, no problem, but the others sometimes just kind of run away because it's a buzzword. So I'll just say that my talk is going to talk very much also about malware analysis. So if you do like malware analysis, you should hopefully enjoy it. And if you neither like malware analysis and artificial intelligence, then you can run away. It's still time, okay? Radar 2, because we are going to do some reverse engineering with Radar 2. Who in this room knows or has used Radar 2? Yeah, pretty good. Well done. Because sometimes I have not so many hands raised, and people tend to know very much either Pro or also Ghidra. Well, just wanted to remind that actually Radar 2 is nearly 20 years old. It can be used professionally, and it supports a really wide variety of architectures and binary formats, and this is what we are going to use today in this presentation to reverse malware. Okay. More exactly, we are going to use a plugin of R2. So sorry, Radar 2 is kind of a box full of tools for reverse engineering, and R2 is the name of the disassembler in there. It's like the nickname of it. And R2 AI is a plugin for R2, and as the name goes, it is a plugin to discuss with artificial intelligence. Right. The good thing with this plugin is that you can actually talk with any kind of modal that you want. If you want, well, maybe not any kind, but lots of different modals. If you want to talk with ChatGPT, you can. If you want to talk with Claude Sonnet, you can. If you want to talk with Mistral, it's possible as well, etc. Just like an example, ChatGPT 4.1, I think, was out like just a couple of days ago. I tried it on R2 AI, and it worked out of the box. Okay, it hadn't been like developed specifically for that one, but it works straight away. So you can try, well, your favorite modal if you want in there. You can also run your modal locally if you want to do that. Now, imagine that we have malware. And we want to, well, sometimes, you know, it's a little bit difficult, okay? At least for me. And you want to reverse it, but it's a kind of a little bit difficult, so you'd like some assistance from the artificial intelligence or from a coworker or whatever, okay? If we want to talk with an artificial intelligence, with that we can use R2AI, and there's going to be two different modes to discuss with the AI, the direct mode and the automatic mode. We'll see the automatic mode a little bit later. Direct mode. If you have already been scripting some things, some kind of agents with artificial intelligence, you know that you've got to send a context. Okay. In this context, well, basically, you've got to set, well, which modal you want to use, the temperature. So no, that's not the temperature of the room. It's how much creativity you want for the modal. And then you've got prompts. And prompts, you have a system prompt. So this one is automatically filled by R2AI. It will tell the AI, OK, you are a reverse engineer, and you should assist the end user in reversing the binary. And then you get the question of the end user, like, please rewrite this function and write it into C. And then R2AI automatically adds the information about that function, and it usually adds the pseudocode of the function there. And I forgot to mention in the previous slide, just thinking about that, that it's important to be reminded it's assisted by AI. Do not expect the AI to do all the work. You will have to assist the AI to assist you, actually. Okay. So, we're going to take a piece of malware, a recent one, which is from February. It has the very beautiful name of shellcode connect back. Okay. It's part of a larger family, which originates from last year, something like that. And the binary is pretty small. I can't remember, 4K, yeah, 4K. So most of the time, when the binary is small, the reverse engineering is quick, and we're very happy. In that case, when you put it in Ghidra, you get this type of output there. And to be honest, that doesn't really look like regular C code, okay? It's a bit difficult to read. If you are really experienced, you will notice probably this one there, which will kind of remind you and give you an idea of what is happening. If not, you will need some help from the AI. The other solution, so if Ghidra or any sort of actually decompiler is not working very well, is to start with strings, okay? So you take the binary and you try and see if there are interesting strings in there. Unfortunately, there's nothing there either. Okay, so we're a bit stuck. So we are going to do it using R2AI. So I'm going to do this live, which is going to be always a little bit challenging, but I feel up to it today. So my sample is here. It's this one. And yeah, need the classes off. So this is R2. It's a little bit like VI, like lots of commands in R2. AA means analyze it all in there. And then we are going to list functions, AFL. There's only one function. I remind you that this binary is very small. So this is normal. I go in the entry point, and we can decompile the entry point. There we go. Maybe it will be slightly more readable. No, that's transparent. White. Yeah. Is it better? Well, for me, it's better. I don't know for you, hopefully. But my eyes are usually bad, so. Oh, well. So you get that. You get all the instructions, which are there. Sorry, you're going to eat a lot of assembly. It's very healthy. But it's not so obvious what is happening in there, okay? And we are here at the end of the function. So we're going to use R2AI. You call it like that. The plugin is already installed, and you've got all the commands that you can use. And the first thing is that we have to set up which model we want to use. So I'm going to use Mistral, and that's the provider, let's say, and the model. If you don't know, you can get a few suggestions like that with the question mark. Model, and I'm going to use CodeStraw latest. What? Yeah, there's a typo in there, R2AI. Okay. You get free API keys for Mistral, so this is particularly interesting. And -D to decompile it. So there we go. We get this sort of code. It's not too bad. There are interesting things. For instance, we see that there are system calls here with socket call. And then another one, socket call, exit, and protect, something like that. But we can do better than that. So that's one thing which is kind of interesting, is that do not stop yourself at the first thing that the AI spits, because you can usually improve it very much. For instance, like, you know, I don't know who developed that, but I would never put like register names in there. So improve your C code and do not use register names as variables, but meaningful names. And yeah, I think that's mostly. Sometimes I have to tell it as well not to use go-tos. We can try and hope it will be a little bit better. Well, in all the other cases I tried, it was much better, but as it's a demo, we never know. So yeah, it is much better there. Look at the code. You see the creation of a socket here. You see then it is connecting to port 80 and the local host address. That's a bit strange. We'll check that one, okay? Connecting. Then doing something about mmap, whatever. Never seen that one. Total invention, but well, okay. It forgot the mprotect. Remember we had in the previous one, here we had a system call to mprotect. And now it's saying it's mmap, but it got it wrong. Okay, never saw that one before. Novelty, and then reading data from the socket. And then you can get at the end a little bit of explanation. Sometimes it's helpful in there. It can tell you pretty well, for instance, if you're not sure if the piece of code you are seeing is malicious or not. It's pretty good at finding that out for you if you really want to. I'll jump back to the slides. And we're going to check a little bit more precisely what the AI said. Yeah. So you have to check everything that matters to you in what the AI said, because it's an excellent storyteller and it can very well invent things, okay, and make it like it would be possible. So here we saw that it's creating a socket, but is there really something about sockets in there? Well, actually it comes from this piece of assembly in here, where we see on the last line that we are doing a software interrupt, and on the argument of this software interrupt is put in EAX, which is here, okay? So it's going to be number 66, and this system call number 66 is indeed socket call. And then socket call is a special system call, because actually it's a multiplexer. And in there, the first argument of the call is going actually to direct you to different socket operations, socket, bind, connect, etc. I'll speed up a little bit for this one, but actually the AI is correct. This is really the socket operation which is there. It is calling socket systems socket call. And then the first argument for this one, so this one here is number 1, so that is indeed socket. And then the arguments for socket are on the stack. And we have on the stack AF, INET, SOCStream, and TCP. So we do indeed have this correct line, which has been verified. Now we continue a little bit. I told you that here the IP address was a little bit strange for me. It doesn't make that much. It's possible that the malware is going to connect on the local host, but it needs to be checked. The assembly which corresponds is there. And if we map those bytes, so 02, 00, 23, 6B, B9, etc., on the C structures, we're going to see that the port is port 27427, not port 80, and that the IP address is not the local host, but this IP address. It's down now, okay, or at least not responding to the C2, but well, beware, it's probably malicious actors, okay? So if we fix the code of the AI, it's not that, but it's really this one, which makes much more sense, of course, to contact a remote C2. Now, we have that mprotect stuff, so I didn't get exactly that output, sorry, it changes all the time, but here we see we get like random address. This is not correct. Actually, if we check in the binary in the instructions, well, we see that we are actually writing the stack, well, the page of the stack as read, write, and executable. And when we are reading stuff, this also is not exactly correct. It's more we are reading from the socket and putting that on the stack. Okay? Now, this is going to be a question for you. Why would a malware do something like that? So do the mprotect and set read, write, and executable on the stack, and then read something there. So you'll raise your hands if you think it's A, Stack Overflow exploit. No? B, execute what is sent through the socket. Yeah. C, we want to read the root password. Oh, okay, so all the others are probably I give up anyway. But you are right, more hands there, and it's that. It's to execute what is on sent through the socket. And actually what happens is that the AI forgot in its decompiled solution one very important line where actually it is executing the stack. Okay, it's there in the assembly instructions, but they thought it was a detail and they said, okay, casting that away. Okay, so that happens also very often. You've got to check what it didn't say. Okay. So if we summarize for this malware, you're infected in Linux host, creates a socket, connects to a remote C2, sends a malicious payload there, and executes it. Okay, it's pretty clear from there, from what we got from the AI. Now, the automatic mode. The automatic mode, in my opinion, is even more interesting because you can tell the AI that it can use some specific tools. So let me explain a little bit more. Suppose you were, again, reversing another malware, and you tell the AI, okay, decompile, for instance, the main, But then you tell also the AI, hey, I've got R2 on my host. If you want, you can use R2. You can send me commands for R2, and I'll run them, and you can work your way through the solution that way. So the AI says, OK, I'll decompile the main for you. But if I want to decompile it, actually, I've got to locate the entry point where it is. And the command in R2 for that is IE. So R2AI gets that, and it asks the end user, are you OK that I run IE on your host? If you're OK, it runs. And you get, after that, the output with the address of the entry point. It goes back to the AI, and then the AI, you can get lots of interactions that way. Until at the end, the AI knows the final answer and doesn't need any more tools and sends you the final result. Now, we have other tools which are usable in R2AI, not only R2 commands, but we can also execute JavaScript, Python, and binaries. Of course, it's extremely important that you validate, you review what is sent to you by the AI before executing it on your host. Okay? AIs are usually not harmful. Nevertheless, they could be infected, or sometimes they don't exactly know the context. So in one of the cases I was investigating, it told me, OK, if I want to help you on this binary, please open a debug session and go through there. And I told it, no, it's a malware. I'm not going to run it to get infected for you to help me out, reverse it. OK? So things like that. So we're going to see this time another example on a malware which is called Ladvix, which is more complex than the previous one. Let's say that we have already done some analysis of the malware, and we know at some point we have seen that there are obfuscated strings, such as this one here, okay, also this one. And the deobfuscating function is this one, 15 in the 15D0. So we're going to ask the AI to deobfuscate the strings for us. So, OK. So this one is going to be recorded. Yeah, I don't have the guts for this one live. I'm putting that one bigger. There we go. Clear, we don't need that. So we're going to load the malware, again, in R2. Same thing, AAA. We have many more functions in there. We're going to go in the main and disassemble the main. And here you can see, so this is the function that deobfuscates the strings, and this is, for instance, one of those strings obfuscated. And I am going to locate all the parts in the main which are calling this deobfuscation function. Okay, so it's used here. I'm going to investigate, for instance, the assembly around this point, 10ED. So I displayed, I should have done it another way. So this is the code before the call of the deobfuscation function. So we have here the obfuscated function string, and this is sent as an argument to this function, which is here. Okay? And now we are going to ask the AI to help us out to deobfuscate that. So this time I'm using Claude Sonnet, and by the way, to get the best results with R2AI, I really advise you to use models that are meant for coding. Okay, you will get much better results with those. And then I'm asking the AI with that -A that you have here, which means automatic mode. So it tells the AI, I'm asking you something, but you can use all those tools that you have, such as R2 command, execute a script, or something like that. Now, so in the prompt, I'm being a bit specific to help it out. Of course, you should have done that in a prior work about reverse engineering or with R2AI. And then please deobfuscate. So I'm sending it something which is smaller than the previous commands. I'm sending it only the 20 instructions around the lines I'm interested, because the smaller the context, the less you pay, okay? So, well. And same thing, I'm using PDC, which is pseudocode here instead of PDF, which is for instructions, because it's slightly more compact, so again, the context will be a little bit smaller. And here, it's quite interesting. You see actually the AI trying to work its way towards the solution, and it's trying here to locate the obfuscated string, and it's having a hard time doing it, but it's kind of educative to see how it's doing it. It will manage to do it in the end. So yeah, we've got here the obfuscated string. It found it in the end. Then, going a bit fast, but it is looking at the function, the deobfuscation function, and it finds some tables in there, which is interesting for him. And that's the script that it sends back to me, saying, okay, this strip is going to deobfuscate your strings. Are you okay to run that? I'm very bad at JavaScript, but at least I know that this is not malicious, so I can run it without too many problems, okay? So I go through it. I can modify if I need. And there you go. Look, you've got the deobfuscated string. So this is like setting things in the cron tab in there, and you can do that for all the other strings that you have in the malware. Automate that, or just pick the script and run it on yourself. So there we go. So for the takeaway for that, well, use, as I said, a model that is done for coding. It will be much better. I particularly like Claude Sonnet 3.5 and 3.7, not affiliated at all with Anthropic, but so far it looks like where I get the best results. Don't abandon if you get something which is crappy at the beginning. You just have, think about the AI as, I'd say, a smart intern, okay? Your smart intern is usually not going to give you straight away the good solution, but you'll have to discuss with it and to guide it towards the good solution, okay? What the AI is really good at is the overview. So you will get, like, quite easily generated C code or Java code or whatever language, which is globally correct, but the details might be wrong, okay? You can get it to focus on the details if you want, but you'll have to ask specifically, look at this precise point, I think this might be wrong, and things like that. So this is quite lots of work. Check all the facts, otherwise, sooner or later, you'll make a fool of yourself, okay? And beware whatever you execute on your host. With R2AI, you really have a fine-grained control of whatever is running on your host. It's not true for those of you who know about MCP, Model Context Protocol. You usually don't have as much control of what is running there, so beware. There's part of a danger there. And that's all from me. Thank you very much, and a big shout-out to the creator of R2, Sergi Alvarez, and also big contributor of R2AI, Daniel Nakov. Thank you very much.
that type of work or who want to progress in that type of work. And whoever wants can start. Okay. All right, Amaury, I'm gonna put it on you to start.
Oh, is it? Yeah, perfect. So I think the first thing is to get basic knowledge of how internet works. I think this is absolutely necessary. And second is just, find some senior or experienced people who are tracking infrastructure and learn from them. I think this is the best thing that's helped me in my profession today. And yeah, because sometimes it's there are many ways to track things, and some people have their own mindset. So the best is learning how people are doing all around the world. So in Europe, in US, or in China, in Russia, etc. So by learning publication, blog post, etc. And sometimes many editors explain how they manage to get this result and how this query. And I think this is the most important thing.
Yeah, I agree about the part about trying to understand how other people came to the result. So when you read some blog posts, it's always interesting to not read the result, but try to understand how they came up to the conclusion or were able to find the threats. And on another side, I think it's interesting to have knowledge in very different fields like networking, reverse engineering, coding, and if you can combine everything, it makes it very easier to track complex attacks. Because if you do just reverse engineering, for example, and you don't pivot on the network, for example, you won't find those open directories where you have all those interesting stuff.
And maybe I can add something, because here, for the moment, we're talking about technical skills, but for human skills, I'm getting attacked by a bug. For human skills, it's never give up. And it's not because you... Hello? It's not because you don't find something at the moment, and you always need to go and take the time to study things on sometimes a long term. And that's exactly the case for the investigation that's in my talk. It's if I made the investigation just at the moment and the week after I said, okay, I will stop, I don't find anything, because there are some things that I found just 1 year after the initial findings. So yeah, it's still a mood to never give up on the research.
What about you, Excel?
Well, there isn't that much, I think, to add, but I would definitely go through all the blog posts and try to reproduce what other analysts have done. I'm still doing that when I want to kind of understand this or that one. I just read it through and try to reproduce to understand how they went through each stage, and that way you learn.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And we're staying with you, Excel, for a second, because we got a really good question around how do you think AI will eventually replace the malware analysis tradecraft, or do you view it as a good analysis tool and nothing more?
Okay, I'm not sure I understand well the question. Is that about using AI to create malware or to disassemble it?
I believe to analyze it, yeah. So for disassembling, decompiling.
Okay, so having AI to replace me in my job.
Yeah, I think that in a nutshell is what they're...
Well, we just don't talk to it about it to my managers, okay? And then I'll keep my job. To be honest, we never know what's going to happen in the future. I mean, in 5 or 10 years' time, it's really difficult, I think, to know. For now, I'm happy not to be replaceable yet, okay? I'd say I have 5 years in front of me, at least, which are secure. For the rest, I don't know for now, as like I have tried to show in the presentation, it's good, very good in some parts, but you've got to check kind of nearly everything. You've got to check the details, and yeah, that's the issue.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. And what about you guys? How do you think, if at all, AI is going to either help you out or potentially make your job harder? Because, you know, with hallucinations and everything, there can be that risk too.
So I don't really use AI, so I'm not sure what to answer. I prefer to do the analysis myself.
I'm not really on the reverse engineering part of malware, so I don't really use AI for software like this. Something really good you mentioned in your talk was it's assisted by AI. And I think we really need to focus on this for the moment, because AI is based on the human knowledge. So if we stop to learn human, AI won't learn from us. And maybe there will be these points where AI will be obsolete about knowledge. And so on the infrastructure part, tracking part of command and control servers, I think it's hard to use AI, as it's not really something you can give some inputs and say, okay, find every command and control server that are the same on the planet as this one. I'm not using tool for this right now, but I'm using it for maybe understand some protocols that I don't know, or if there are some tricky parts of a network exchange, this helps.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I think a lot of people use it as sort of like research assistant type of, which obviously that becomes useful. But yeah, when it comes to analysis, you always need an analyst's eye to, you know, validate what whatever language learning model you're using is finding.
Yeah, just a quick add. I think that it can really speed up my work. Okay, so I go slightly faster with AI than without AI, but it's making it slightly less fun, because now I'm like all the time checking what the AI says. Okay, which is not as fun as discovering it myself.
Yep. A bit of a different topic. How do you keep up to date with new malware and the methods to protect against new samples and new TTPs? I think all of you could have a say into this.
I'll start with this one. Well, I'd say that it's malware authors that keep me up to date. We get in the samples, and so we are kind of forced into reading and understanding those new techniques all the time. So that's it on my part.
Yeah, I think it's the same. We learn new techniques by analyzing new malware, not the other way around. And we just receive malware from like telemetry, and we take a look at it. And if a group that we're interested in start to use the techniques, then we will explore it and try to understand what it is. But I don't do much research about techniques if I haven't seen it in the wild before.
Yeah, I think something cool is to make open source monitoring and select editors or any blog posts or any research that are published and try to understand, take this time, like maybe daily or weekly. And just by doing this, yeah, even if you don't go down all and try to understand all the artifact or every steps, you will learn something or a new infection chain that maybe you have never seen before. So yeah, it can you can learn from that. So I think build a clear and special open source monitoring is really important in IT to be updated.
Yeah, Mathieu was saying, I think, something interesting, which was like, well, you do not do any research on new techniques, Same for me. I do not do any research on new techniques because I think there's kind of a reason for it, at least for antivirus analysts, is that if you start researching on a new technique and find it interesting, and then you want to publish that, in the end, it's going to end in new malware. So it's kind of feeding in what we're trying to defend, which is just like shooting in your own feet.
Yeah, and that's why one of the questions that I was also thinking about is really about sharing. And I love that there is actually one question here about how do you guys collaborate both internally and externally with other researchers, but also where do you draw the line between helping out people and therefore, sharing information and not revealing too much publicly because that might hurt, the broader InfoSec community?
As for myself at research, we have a free. We can share without any problem to any other antivirus researcher. So, for instance, we collaborate with ESET. We exchange the samples all the time, and there has never been any issue with that. I think that the issues are more maybe if there are any on the commercial side, and we are researchers, so we don't care. Okay. Now, if it's send a malicious sample just to a random person in the street, that's not possible because it's too risky, simply put. I have had sometimes bad experiences with sending it even to unfortunately, to some academic researchers who didn't have exactly the same vision as we have about keeping it really secure and not playing with it. Yeah, so you've got to be really aligned with the person you are sharing it with.
Yeah, it's similar for us. So there is sharing of sample like on a daily basis, and it's generally automated between most antivirus companies. And on the research side, there are some good close communities. Also, at conferences, you can always meet people and try to collaborate on some research subject. So it's actually very frequent to collaborate with even competitors about research topics, because there are actually so many malware to analyze that it's not really a problem to share some information about some specific malware family.
Yeah, totally agree with everything what have been said, and I think something to solve the problem of exchange when you have something that you are only having it is to have like a time lapse where you keep it internally, and after maybe 1, 2, 3 months when everybody's down about it or have been trying everything they tried, yes, begin to publish it publicly or to ask other editors but yeah, it's more like talking between researcher rather than a commercial partner or something like this.
Yeah, I think a big theme in the InfoSec community is really trust, and where and when those trust groups are in place, there's kind of like unwritten rules, but there's also TLPs. So, as long as everyone respects TLPs, everybody is fine, and we can collaborate and work together much better. So another question that a couple people had is around attribution. So when it comes to attribution, what's your process, or what has been, your habit in terms of clustering together pieces of malware as well as infrastructure and attributing those to one specific threat actor, or at least, saying one specific nation state related actor?
Okay, I can begin. I think it's really hard to make a real attribution with facts, etc. So I think most people are mainly talking about hypotheses with high or middle or low confidence about an intrusion set or a threat actor, something like this. And yeah, it's just before saying that, I think you need to prove it. I have this evidence, this evidence, this evidence. So my hypothesis is rather than saying, okay, this is APT28 or this is I don't know, this Chinese actor, etc. And yeah, keeping this mind of intelligence that it's an information that need to be, crowdsourced by something else is really important, I think, for the private sector and instead for the law enforcement agency. Yeah, I think they have the data to say, okay, this is in this country or this cluster of the GRU of Russia, etc.
So yes, there are several levels of attributions. So generally, we first try to attribute to a threat actor, mapping some malware infrastructure victimology, like kind of modus operandi, and trying to attribute that to a group. But for that, you need to observe several incidents. Like the more incidents you observe, you analyze, the easier it is to do good attribution. And then there is always the problem, so how fine-grained do you want to be in this attribution of threat actors? For example, generally for China-based threat actor, the attribution is very, very precise with very small clusters. But for Russia, for example, you have those big groups like, for example, SEDNIT or IPT28. Actually, you could make 10 groups inside that, and if they were Chinese, it will be like 10 different groups. So people tend to track like actors from different region in different way. So that's also something like to take into account.
For me, I'd say that attribution is very much a political issue. So basically, if ever I write in a blog post, I attribute it to this or that group or even worse, country, it would get censored. I mean, censored before it gets published, meaning that the public relations team at Fortinet would screen it out. So most of the time, I no longer try to write anything about attribution. Because it will be marked off. We know where it is coming from internally, but we are not publishing it.
Interesting. Yeah, I think a lot. And there's also the fact that different organizations track the same clusters are under different names, or, at times some clusters overlap, some others don't. So, even given the same name to different clusters tracked by different organizations, it can get tricky in many cases. So, yeah, plus I absolutely see your point, how political it can get, especially, in an environment where, you get telemetry from a variety of different countries, and you can see on the platforms where a specific sample was uploaded from. And so I can absolutely see that. Going back to the AI topic for a second, there are a few questions about models. So for example, regarding AI specifically in Radari 2, are there any AI/machine learning plugins that are not LLMs that one could use for reversing purposes?
Interesting question. The short answer is no. I don't see any other solution than LLMs for artificial intelligence for that. Do you have any other idea, guys? Yeah, I'm stuck, sorry.
No worries at all. And so staying for a second still on AI, have you observed any threat actors crafting malware out of that clearly comes from an AI. And maybe, you know, to automate obfuscation, evasion, you know, to craft some specific routine within malware pieces.
So yes, I have seen already artificial intelligence being used to create malware. There are some in the world currently where the entire botnet, for instance, has been created and generated by the AI. And there also has lots of those which are polymorphic. Polymorphism has been out for years, but the fact that the AI is generating it and can generate something slightly different all the time is pushing that like another level. So on this part, yeah, it already exists, I'd say, for maybe 2 years already, that we have been seeing that. I have not seen yet specifically people writing malware in a way that would make it difficult to reverse with R2AI or any sort of reverse engineering toolkit using AI. But it will come, because I know they will watch talks such as these.
We don't have much data about it, but also it can be difficult to assess if a malware was written by AI. I mean, if it's a script, maybe you can figure it out, but...
They're on GitHub.
Ah, okay. But if you have just the compiled versions, then maybe it could be done by AI and you don't know about it.
And when it comes to doing reverse engineering or infrastructure tracking, what are your top 3 tools? And what do you like about them? Like, what do you love? And you're like, you all should use this because.
So I reverse a lot mobile malware. For that, my favorite tool is Jeb decompiler. Excellent output there. I also tried it with artificial intelligence, but Jeb is just doing it already better than the AI for now, so it's useless for this part. And the other tool that I really like for mobile malware is Frida, hooking and things like that. This is really, I think, with those two, you can work with most mobile malware, at least for Android. It's really great. And maybe the third one is Medusa. Medusa is an open source project, which is like a wrapper on top of Frida, and it works also pretty well. You don't have to write the hooks yourself. You can use some community hooks, and that's really helpful.
For reverse engineering, I only use IDA and never try anything else. So, but it works. Even if you have Golang or Rust samples, it's not perfect, far from perfect. And for threat intel in general, I use Census quite a lot. It's a platform that do internet scanning at scale, and there is a query system. You can search and combine like combination of port and what's like the HTTP reply, for example, check some specific headers in it, and you can do some quite complex queries to track CNC server with that. And I guess VirusTotal is also very interesting because when you work in antivirus company, you can actually access the samples that are uploaded on VirusTotal. So it's very convenient when victims upload their samples on VirusTotal.
Totally agree on the VirusTotal. I think for all the data and the community and all the relationship, it's make it really great. And just as you Census with others like Shodan or URL Scan, etc., it's more like search engine in general. And I think something really good when you want to investigate like a very large infrastructure is like Maltego or any fork or something like this.
because it makes it really fast. You can query like thousands of IPs, etc. And yes, get a result and really fast find something in common with all of this data. And if you do this by hand with like an Excel sheet, it's difficult.
Absolutely. And yes, +1 for Census. I absolutely love Census. It's one of my favorite tools. And also VirusTotal. I spend a lot of time just creating Yarrow rules and deploying hunts on there. And that's also, you know, one of my favorite ways to spend my days. Last but not least, one piece of advice that you have for a recent grad, for somebody who does not have any previous experience, if they wanted to get into malware analysis or CTI.
Go to conference and speak to the speakers. I think it's the best you can do, even if you're a student or something like this. It's really cool, and that's how I get into CTI. It's just by speaking to people that were seniors when I was like 18 years old. So, yeah.
For students, I'd say that learning all the foundations of IT, like coding, networking, etc., it's very important. And if you want to do malware analysis, it's required. You don't need like to be the best in all categories, but it's good to have some knowledge in all fields of IT and software engineering.
Yeah, and for CTF, I think that reading the write-ups is really good, a good way to start. And for malware analysis, I remember a while ago, I had a potential recruitee who wanted to do an intern with me and to do some malware analysis. And that person didn't know about hexadecimal, and that's really mandatory, and along with assembly. So if you want to do malware analysis, you've got to get into these a little bit at least.
Awesome. I think we're at time. Thank you, everyone. This was a lot of fun. And thanks for asking all great questions and participating.